Before we deliver value to the people, I must deliver some tea to myself. The water is now in boiling session. How's it going, everybody? How are the things? Let me make sure. I think I have code on my laptop that is not checked in, and so it would be bad to continue work here without getting that. So let me see. Let me see. I also got some sun chips and some sun chips. Am I doing anything for Mother's Day? It is very unlikely that I am doing anything for Mother's Day. I am not a mother. Last I checked, although from some of the rhetoric on the internet, who even knows what people think is possible? Okay. What? Maybe I did check it in. Oh, no, I didn't. Let me make sure the tests pass. What all can I program? I can program anything computable by a Turing machine. Dang it. Somebody else was working on the compiler, so my commit didn't go, and now I try it again. Oh, and now I have a no check-in. I really should have done this before the streams. No check. Ah, there we go. Okay. Now let's try. There's another no check-in. What am I doing? I did work today without checking it in. Okay, hopefully that worked. Let's find out. Let's find out. So this is a little bit annoying. I want to work on the thing. However, I have a moral choice more difficult than the moral choice in BioShock, which is the following. I wanted to make a simple thing here. Okay, so let me delete all this stuff. So I wanted to make it simple where there's just one file that's build and maybe a README that says just compile this. And I want this to put the executable in a subfolder. And right now, we actually don't let you do that, which seems really bad. So here I was just like, hey, look, go to main and also run this thing where we set the output executable, and it's going to be in this subfolder because I just want it to be all clean. And the thing is, right now, we only let you set the executable name to like the actual executable name. Also, I guess I have to put the .exe and on Windows, right? So suffix is if x os is equal to Windows .exe, right? And then see, this is like annoying. I don't know, man. I'm just going to do it and we'll see. Anyway, let me start the tea. We do a scoop. Give it an initial wash. And we put the lotion in the basket. We put the lotion in the basket. Is there much to do to get that feature implemented? Well, the question is, what do I actually want to do? Because there are problems. Sometimes life is not simple, all right? We're trying to make a good system that doesn't have all these problems that systems designed by bozos have, right? So we could say, okay, we'll just let you do this, right? And we'll just parse off the directory and use the executable name. However, there are sub-problems introduced by that. So like one of the things that goes wrong when we try to do this, I could actually show you what goes wrong if I didn't screw something else up. Well, you know what? I should build the compiler. So while I'm doing that, I will just tell you, where is my, there we go. I will just tell you that one of the problems introduced is that we do create temporary files, right, while we're building. And you want those temporary files to be named something that so people can find them, right? So like if it's an object file, which it is often, then we would put .obj here, right? And right now, the whole reason this doesn't work is because we try to put these .obj files in our .build folder and it assumes there's a run there and there isn't, right? Now we could actually make this run subfolder, but that's bizarre because now you have this really weird substructure inside your folder here. And what if there's like dots in here and shit? You could like come outside. That's not good, right? So we don't want our temporary files to come outside here, right? However, we also, like the problem is, what if I make 4 executables in different workspaces and they're in different subfolders, but they have the same executable name? Then I'm going to start trying to make object files in here with the same name for different executables, right? And that's actually a thing you might reasonably do because you might be making a debug build and a release build, and they might be called the same and just go into different folders. So like, I don't know what is a good solution that doesn't suck. Now, if we give the files randomized ass unique names, then we don't have this problem. I suppose I could append the workspace number. I could prepend it. I don't know. Could you link a picture of the instructions and maybe I can assist you? Yes, my rate is $50,000 an hour. Send it to my PayPal and I will do this. I do know a fair bit about CentOS because we actually, our servers are hosted with a place that likes to use CentOS. Some of them. So I do use CentOS relatively regularly. CentOS is dead. I know, but they still run it for some reason. I don't understand. I don't understand. I could actually let's log into a CentOS machine right now. I think actually I don't know. We might have switched a couple of them over to Red Hat, right? Okay, so what? I mean, I'm just in a shell here, right? There's no modds anymore, right? What? How do you? What is the? Where is it? There's no syslog anymore. You can tell how well I remember this stuff. What even are we running here? What is the newfangled LSB release -A? That's not a thing. Are you serious? Uname -A. All right. It's GNU/Linux. rm-rf star. No, that's not the right. That's not the right command. Oh yeah, because this is oh god. We can ask systemd. I'm sure it knows everything. EL7 is Enterprise Linux 7. All right, so never mind. What's running? Look at all these K workers that are running. How great. Look at all the work this machine is doing. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that great? Dude, what happened to computers? All right, can someone explain to me what happened to computers? Will Wolf Tivy save us? Maybe eventually. Okay, so let me get some milk and honey going while people ask me annoying questions like why don't I use Linux on desktop? Because I fucking make video games for a living, that's why. All right, let me get some things. I've got milk and 2 different honeys. Oh my gosh. How many minutes has it been? Okay. Let us investigate the T. So I don't know what to do. I could take the base name of the executable and prefix it with the workspace handle. And as long as we always do that, or, okay, here's the alternate thing, is to say, hey, look, you're not allowed to put slashes in this. This is the name of the frickin' executable, okay? No slashes. And if you want to set the folder, we give you a different string to set that is the folder. And I don't know which of these to do. And this is very, very annoying because I don't even want to be working on this at all. I'm talking about prefixing just the temporary file. The executable should be whatever you say it should be, because you need to be able to control the name of the executable, right? In theory, you don't care. Like most people, the temporary files, they don't care what those are called, right? Okay. And I'm realizing, so regardless of the subfolder thing or not, I probably have to do that to avoid name conflicts. Because like if you put the same executable name in multiple workspaces, then you get bad news. Let me see if there's any other files. Dude, I just wanted to party tonight. This is my life. I just can't party as much as I want to. All right. So we go in here. We have .exp and .lib. I think this is the workspace number, but we put it after. I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's before or after, as long as it's mandatory. So the .exps and the .libs as well, you can't just own the libs like that. Will people be arbitrarily furious at no slashes? I don't care. I don't care. Why not build it where we want, like some random temp? It doesn't matter where we build it. I mean, it's just, we do want these files to be findable by people. That's the problem. If you want to look at the object file and figure out what's in it, we better not hide that from you somewhere on the system. A folder per workspace. That is true. That would be... That would be another way to do it. Although, I mean, that feels more serious for some reason. And if you prefix all the files, that's essentially the same as having them in a subfolder, right? I think it's hilarious that in this Microsoft Terminal blog post, they're using 60 FPS as their benchmark of fast enough now. So he's like, oh, I made it fast. Now it goes 60 FPS. It's like, dude, I'm reading Twitch chat on a 240 FPS monitor, all right? 60 FPS is not fast in 2022. And like, he doesn't even fucking understand that. It's so sad. all terminals suck somehow. That is basically true. Why is it true? I don't know. But like most software is just terrible. So if terminals are terrible, it's not that surprising. You know? Didn't I miss the then and ifx? The compiler doesn't seem to think so. Okay, so let's see where we do this. %d dot obj. So yeah, we put the workspace handle at the beginning, or in the over here. We're gonna go here and then there. Yeah, use the workspace handle to, oh yeah, that's another case in which this can come up. Is like a DLL, right? So we're gonna put the workspace handle at the end. So where do the lib and the exp come from? So in this .build folder, we have a lib and an exp, and I assume that comes from LLVM. Like, oh, I don't remember where in this code. Oh, it's when we run the linker separately, that's right. Okay. So, we don't get to that point here yet. I still don't, okay. So we're going to suffix everything. But then what do we do about the folder problem? Do we just say it goes, it puts the lotion in the basket? I don't know. I don't know. Output base name, no extension. So that is like failing to be the base name. Exactly. So we should fix that, right? Wait, output file path is already a thing? Wait, do we already have that in regular build? Oh, I thought that... Output path. Oh, we already have that. Okay. So the thing is, it's not in build options during compile. So we could maybe add that. And that's fine. That's a smaller change, and like I'm totally chill with that. And we can just say, look, if like output executable name is not allowed to I should catch it. I should catch it at the when it's set. So this is happens way later during compilation, I think. Yeah. That's like when it's frickin' locked down. So what we want is this. But wait, hold on. What about set build options? Okay, so we're going to go validate executable name target options dot output executable name, and we're going to do the same thing here. Okay, and then here we go. Runtime error in whatever we're calling from. output executable name cannot have directory separators in it, but this one does. The value passed in was use to designate a target directory, use output path instead. Thank you. So caller name, name. There we go. Cannot contain. That is just how this is going to work. Okay, so did I have a satisfying Saturday? It was kind of a slow Saturday today. I got some work done, though. That was pretty good. And we're going to have fun, hopefully, with the work that I got done tonight. I can't believe it's 9 p.m. already. I don't even understand how that happened. Okay. Now, wow, I ate this whole bag of Sun Chips. Dang it. Carbs. This was a carb day. It was a heavy, simple carb day. I had barbecue with baked beans. I had a big cookie. I had ice cream. I had a chocolate croissant and Sun Chips. Not all at once. Those were strung along in stages through the day. Okay. And I've got more Sun Chips. I've got ice cream in the fridge. We could continue the bender. Croissants are really good when they're good. That's the thing. That's a food invention. Croissants are a good food invention, all right? Oh, I also forgot to pass the caller parameter. Oh no. Okay, yeah. This is not a C string. Okay. So it didn't happen. We've got this deprecated procedure warning. Let's derail. Oh. font XY color text. So, wait. So the idea behind this was it's faster. Like often you want to do a thing where you want to lay out some text and then draw it, right? And the thing is, to figure out how wide the text is, you have to do most of the layout work anyway. So it's actually faster to like make these. Where is it? Prepare. It's prepare text. That's why I was confused. Prep text is the old one from a library we're going to delete. Prepare text, font, text, effect flags. So yes. So this does it. And then we say prepared. Oh yeah. Whoops, that was just where I wanted to see. So here you can see what we do is we convert to temporary glyphs. And once you've done that, you could like draw, all right. Draw prepared text. Oh, it's in module. Yeah, so you get the width with the prepare text. And then now that you've got all the things laid out, you draw the things that are laid out, right? It's just faster. So font, XY, color, effects, right? And there's no string. There we go. That took too long. All right, but we finally got rid of that. So now, I don't know why my error is not going off. Did I not compile it? I thought I did. Validating executable. I'm validating the old name before we overwrite it. Or something. Bruh. Bruh. Okay. Runtime error. Output executable name cannot contain directory separators, but this one does. The value was this. If it doesn't need a target directory, use output path instead. Thank you. Okay, so that worked. That's great. So now the problem is we can't set output path. Yet, but we're about to. And then we have to, yeah, okay. So output path. And we'll put the same comment here. If none, empty. Now the reason, so this is the stuff you can set while your program is compiling, and it's only it's only stuff that happens at the end, because you change anything that is used to compile your program in an important way in the middle of the compile, you're going to get inconsistent results, right? And we don't want that. Okay, so now how do we, what is the, what is source? Build, that can be set. Okay, so this is going to need another thing here, output path. Let's start while that's compiling. Let's start documenting. Build options during compile. Is that what it's called? Build options during compile. Now lets you set output path. Okay, so this was the old name for this, and I want the compiler name to match. So let's do a global search and replace. Because one of them is the user-facing name and the user level code, and this one is in the compiler itself, so we're going to recompile with that new name. Okay, set build options and set build options DC now detect whether you put a directory /in output executable name and reject it if so. Use output path for this. Okay. Great. Great. Look at all the value we have yet to deliver to the people here. So no surprise there. We are still doing this. So now what we can do is hopefully I don't know if we need a slash. I hope not. All right, so where did it put it? Hold on. Editor, run. Didn't put it in run. You know, it's okay. So it's quite likely, I forgot this part. I mean, I remembered it while I was typing, but then there were too many things to do. It is quite likely that we do something that uses the value of the output path earlier and don't wait till the end. And so now we would have to wait till the end. Okay, so where's the exe in the link spam? Out codexview.exe. Dang it. So we got the name. I was looking for build for a second, which is why I was confused. So we got the name. We didn't get the output path. So now we have to look at how we use output path. Wait, what? I see. Intermediate path uses output path, but that's only. Yes, I see. Okay. That we're going to let stand for now. Maybe we don't frickin'... What is this file path here? Set output file name. Why is this happening here? That is not okay. This is a holdover, I think, from... Oh, no, because we're... No, never mind. I mean, this looks like it's happening at the right time. Looks like it's happening at the right time. Okay, I think... Oh! I added the member, but we're not... I added the member, but we're not actually poking the value. Bro, learn to program, get good, learn to code, journalist. Like, literally, I didn't do the thing. I didn't do the thing. Now I did the thing. Hey, all right, so... Wait. Okay, so... That output path didn't, it needs a frickin' slash. Wait. Like, okay, see, this is, even stuff like this is a little bit... Like, I don't want to change the value that the user puts in this thing. Because that, I mean, the more of that stuff you do, the more you have this weird system with weird behavior. So really, every time we use output path, we should check for a slash, and that is terrible because we're in C. So that's like expensive, but it's a short string, so who cares? Now, this is a little bit subtle because we're going to go, do we need a slash? When the user sets the output path, well, we would like to put a slash between that and the executable name if it isn't already there sometimes. We want to let the user put a slash or not put a slash. We don't want to change the value that the user puts into build options, since that introduces uncertainty, broadly speaking, about what is going on. These things add up. So instead, every time we use output path, we need to check if it needs a slash. Yay. Okay, so okay, pump. Sometimes just having a shorter frickin' name does wonders. Okay, so memcopy slashed path.data path.count slashed path.count equals slash dot count plus 1 is 0. Yay. Way too long comment? No. That is not even remotely our longest comment. Okay, here's the thing. Yes, some people might be too impatient to read comments like that, but those people should not be serious systems programmers, because the things that you need to understand are complicated, and sometimes they're very subtle, and you can't see them by looking at the code a lot of the time, because they have to do with like how the system works, broadly speaking. So if those things are not documented in some way, then that knowledge just gets lost and people don't know what's going on. And then the software degrades over time and nobody knows what the hell they're doing, right? So it's important, man. All right, hey, look, we put a slash. Why is that italicized right there? Ow, to put file path. It's like the console didn't turn off the italics until 2 characters too late. What? Wait, what is it even doing? Because it's like italic, but not. Dude, what is going on? Why do consoles just not work? Can somebody explain what is even happening? What is happening is I'm starting round 2 of water. Okay, so I probably have that no check in there. That's good. So now, so here we're saying output path is run, output executable name is this, and run. Hey, all that just to put the thing in the right place. We put the lotion in the basket, everybody. Do you know any other programming streams on twitch.tv where they put the lotion in the basket so consistently? I think not. All right, so what we did was the following. All right. I think Ryan was working on it a lot today, so I'm just going to preemptively update. Okay, no more updates. Cool. Hopefully I didn't forget a no check-in. Actually, I should also test it in x64. Yay. Okay. Boom. Done. What you're against is the length? No, if those... Dude, I run the company. If people aren't going to read that comment, they don't have a job. You don't understand. Like seriously, software is complicated. Software is complicated. If you think, like, if somebody is not going to pay enough attention to understand the complicated things that are happening, then there's a certain level of software that they can't ever build successfully. That's just true. It's just true. Doing another round of the Golden Monkey. Gonna wash the tea. going to do cinnamon honey this time when it's done. It's going to be so good. Generally, comments are just noise and later developers get mad and delete them. That is true as well, right? And this is, okay. So everything I just said about comments being important is true, but also it's true that comments are code that doesn't compile and they go out of date. And then they're misleading, right? And so, like, this is part of why making software is hard, is because the solutions you want to employ also have serious problems of their own. And that's like a very widespread thing. It's a very widespread thing. Okay, so no, comment decay is real. That is a real phenomenon. Having comments around that could potentially be outdated is better than no comments. Usually, yes. Almost always it is better, but it will still cause people to waste time, right? But it at least communicates how things were at one time or what somebody was thinking or what their intent was at some time, right? Which often will resemble how things are currently, but not completely match it. All right, so the whole reason I was doing this, I just wanted this codex view situation. I just wanted to be able to run this from here. All right, so the next step is we're going to enable drag and drop because I don't want to do a file picker yet. And our drag and drop see, we're unable to read the file. So I can do this again. Plug codex. So that has dumped the whole thing. Where is whoops. I'm running the Sokoban game. That's not what I wanted. There it is. Why? Wait, no, that's from yesterday. What happened? Does the timestamp get... Oh, dang it, I deleted it. I wanted dir. Okay, no, that's the right file. Okay, so we're just going to put this back here for a second so we can run this, and now we have the data. All right, and we can look at the things, and that's great. Okay, so next, I want to make it so that the file is not hard-coded and people could drag it over. All right. We want to just be able to do this and go boop onto the thing. Wait, why is this file modified? I see. Okay. Let's do the README for a second. To compile this example, just run the compiler on the executable will be in the subfolder run called codex view. Depending, oh, I forgot to do that part. So the reason I'm doing all this is so that on Linux operating systems, we don't put .exe in the frickin' name, right? Okay. Okay, cool, daddy-o. Let's make sure that. Oh. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. So now we actually get to do what I wanted to do. An hour and 20 minutes into the stream. Uh-oh, the tea's steeping. Let's get it. Cinnamon honey, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It makes the tea cloudy because of all the cinnamon in the honey. Okay, gonna put a little splash of milk in there. Spill a little bit of milk on the floor, you know how it goes. Okay, so now we want to make it so you can drag and drop the little file onto the little viewer client here. And we had drag and drop from the sample program that we are going to enable. At some point, this is like really ugly. So at some point, we're going to want to abstract out some kind of drag and drop scenario that people can do with one line or something. It's just, I never did drag and drop even in C++. So like, I don't know what is actually what you want. So I'm just leaving it this way for now. So we just add it, when we see the event, we add it to this dropped files array, right? And that is still there. Okay, so we're not going to read a file at startup. Handle dropped files. We'll make that its own thing. eventually we'll pop something up on the screen, but for now we're just going to console log. So we read the file. Oh. Take out that name. So we literally do nothing there. Incomplete. Later, we will put multiple files in a list on the left side of the UI or something. For now, we keep stomping the last file with the next one. We're just doing this just so we have the structure in place. Like, we're just overwriting a global if you happen to drag more than one file, right? Okay, so now when we draw one frame, where is the... We call draw graphs, right? What did I call it? Call it, oh, stat declarations. Yes, that nonsense name that comes from nowhere. Okay, this whole UI is going to be, we're going to work on this UI today and make it actually be real a little bit more. For now, I think we're going to factor this into a function, but for now, we're just only going to draw that. And then, whoops, why am I doing that? And then we're going to tell people, oh, that's not a pointer. Right, because I'm gradually weaning myself out of my bad C++ habits. So yeah. Okay, so never mind. How do I... We'll just do this. Right, and draw. And then when we do this, we'll do this. Unable to read file there. Return false. Continue. Okay, so we are not drawing much, although I thought maybe those are outside that big block. Anyway, so I'm going to drag this. Boom! We got the data. We got the data. We push the button to change the modes. Okay, see? That's about 1 week worth of Microsoft programmer productivity. Okay. Okay. Now, let's make a file sort of per mode, because there's going to be like different ways of looking at your program. Like what we're looking at right now, this is like a static information about your program that was provided during compile, and there's probably going to be a few different views for that. And then we'll have views for like runtime profiling and stuff, and the profiles could be associated with the static builds, right? So you have all this information like together. So anyway, we basically want to plan for having a lot of stuff. So let's call this file like, um, we will rename it later, right? So we're going to want to be looking at, we could leave it in graphs for now, actually, because most of, no. Oh yeah. So one of the things that I did today during the day was I computed a bunch of like metrics on the code. Not a bunch, like 6 or 7. And what if we have a successful day today, we'll be able to see some of these metrics. Let me show you what the metrics are that we compute. I don't have it. One of these days, I have to invest the time to get off Emacs, guys. Seriously. Okay. So for every procedure, ignore all these aligns. This was gross. But for every procedure, I compute some stuff. I compute a score based on how many if statements there are and how complicated they look. How many procedure calls are there? How many are there to things in the same file or the same module, right? How many calls are there to things that we don't know what they are, right? Like a function pointer in C. How many like reassignments are there to variables aside from the original declaration? And how many reads and writes from global variables are there? And like, so then what we could do is we could compute, we could basically divide this by the size of the procedure, which right now we measure in expressions. Later, we'll give you the info of how many bytecode instructions. So you could get a density of like how many ifs per expression, right? How many calls to the same file versus how many calls to other files, right? And you can generate scores based on that. And then you could draw things like, you know, hot to cold, like those graphs that we were scrolling through before were just monochrome, right? So you could draw them hot to cold with a drop down of which of these metrics you want to see, right? So basically just code complexity and code niceness metrics is what this is. Sublime Text supposedly has a mode for this programming language that someone did. So I could do that. So Casey, I want to actually draw you to, I want to draw your attention to a certain point here, if I may. Okay. And this is just relevant to the future. All right. So as anyone does when they try to make a programming language like this, you know, you need to plan for the future a little bit, right? And especially when you have things in your data structures that are made for everybody to use, that, for example, indicate operating systems. Like here's an enum with what operating system we're going to run on. You need to make sure that things are proper, right? So a long time ago now, I made sure that we have a line for the Krampus operating system, right, in the enum. Whatever the official name, of course, Krampus operating system is the code name. And so that was pretty good for a while. But now I wanted to have an enum for source control, because in these files that we generate here with all this static information about your program, there's things like, you know, here's the revision number. And if you're going to put a revision number, you might as well say something about what the repository is and stuff, right? And all that. So there's fields for that. And so I wanted to make an enum about the source control system. And of course, there's going to have to be a Krampus versioning system, which, you know, is Krampus. So we have I'm just saying that it's somehow fate that this always works out, that the letter that we need sort of makes it the right thing, is what I'm saying. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Whatever that means about whether that's a good idea. Okay. It is very suspicious. Okay. Anyway, that was all I wanted to say there. What was I even doing? Oh yes. So we drag, and I want to color these things with those metrics. Like right now, the colors are just based on what mode we're in. So right now, this button is toggling these things. So I want to make the sort better, etc. Okay, it's weird though. Like, why is this? Where is that? That button is being drawn down here after the end of the if statement, which is why, okay. So draw, I forgot what I was going to call this thing. Draw metrics. I don't know. And we're going to put this file, we're just going to call it metrics again. Even I have another file called, so for me, it's annoying to pop around between files with the same name because Emacs doesn't do that very well. Let's call it draw metrics. It's a little bit annoying. I'm just going to do that. We're going to load it here. Okay. And then this stuff we're going to put there. We're going to get rid of the text input for now because we don't want to do anything with that for a while. Whoops. Okay. So now we have literally nothing on the screen until we drag. Okay, so now we actually want to draw something telling people what's going on. And I deleted this code that just draws this thing. I don't know why I'm being so lazy to copy and paste all the code, but I am. All right, So if we're going to draw the metrics, we draw the metrics. Otherwise, we tell the people what to do. Text is drag and drop a .codex file to view it. All right. What fonts do we have? Stat font? I don't. Just call that font so we can change it pretty easy. I don't know why I'm making a label instead of just drawing text. I think I was doing this just to test labels. Anyway. Whoops. Okay, that's a little bit high on the screen. Okay, that's fine for now. Actually, no, you know what? Let's do this. Oh, whoops. No, no, no. Oh, that's the label. Right. Now, we don't want the label to be bigger. We want... there we go. That's nice. You prefer Razor Orange. Dude, I haven't even ever tried Razor Orange switches. I tried, so I had one of these keyboards that had like a softer thing and I just couldn't do it, dude. I don't know, maybe I picked the wrong one, but oh, it was Brown's. People said brown is the shit, so to speak. And I was like, let me try those. And they were not good. Browns are too stiff. This wasn't stiff, really. It was just like... So the thing about the keyboards that I like is it's very clear when they press and there's like no transition. Right? It's just like... It's very Boolean. And these other ones, they weren't that Boolean. It's just like... Yeah, mushy is a good way to describe it. So again, I think this is a case of like most people, this becomes more and more clear to me as I get older, or maybe it's just because our society is decaying, but most people really have no fucking idea what's good. And they don't know how to judge whether something is good or bad on first principles. So most people just hear that something's good and then they'll tell somebody else it's good. And, you know, maybe they'll use it and they won't understand that it's bad. So they go, oh yeah, it's good. Just like Joe said, right? And that's like literally everything that everybody says is good is that. And it kind of sucks when you realize, when you can see that part of the matrix. It's also just a really subjective thing to judge. No, but I'm not talking about one thing. I'm talking about literally everything. Like I've seen this pattern recur so much. Like laptop trackpads. Let's talk about that for a second. Laptop keyboards. Like software. Like, let's talk about anything. Yeah, and I don't mean computer-related things, right? I mean like literally anything. People don't know what's good. Not just in computers, but literally anything. People say laptops or keyboards are better because shorter key press. I have literally never heard anyone argue that. So whoever is saying that is making shit up. It's Apple's marketing team. You can't right drag? I mean, how do you even left drag? Like, you just can't. Like the whole thing about a mouse, one of the things that makes a mouse nice is that the button activity and the physical motion are mostly orthogonal, which allows you to get into flow with it, right? And on a trackpad, it's not. That's just simply not how it is. Unless it has buttons, but most of them, it's very, 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 very hard to find trackpad buttons anymore. Do I like the ThinkPad nipple thing more than trackpads? I don't know. I probably would now. I just never used it enough to get used to it because the ThinkPad trackpads back when I used ThinkPads were always good. Well, usually good. Anyway, why did I say that? Oh yeah, cherry browns, man. I don't. Everyone was saying, oh, they're just as good as blues, but they're quieter, and it's like, no, they're not. They're not just as good as blues. They're very, very different from blues. And like, if you can't tell that, I don't even know. It's like so obvious. You had never seen the weird mouse rotors thing I posted. Oh, it's a pretty cool design. We had those in college on some of our workstations on the deck alphas, which is how I knew that they existed. Um, on the other workstations, they had the regular ball mice that would like kick stuff up into the mouse and you'd be hosed, right? But those ones you never had to clean. And they worked just as well, right? Because it's just this 2-axis thing. Like it was really nice. I mean, pretty much obsolete now that we have optical mice, except, of course, in cases where optical mice don't work, which I still run into pretty often. Anyway. What about people who swear by IBM buckling spring keyboards? I have not used one of those in a really long time. I did used to have one. Um, but like this was before I really had developed serious taste in keyboards. Because when I was growing up, it was like the keyboard was built into the computer, right? So like Commodore 64, TRS-80 color computer, like they all had. Now that said, the Commodore 64 keyboard was much better than the TRS-80 color computer keyboard, but like it was just not a thing where you had choice until much later. So it took me a while. Um, yeah, I don't know. People say the buckling spring keyboards are really good. I don't remember what they're like. Okay, let's do a little more programming. So, when we're going to draw the graphs, so I want to color things by metric, and for now, we're just going to do everything hyper slow. Like we're going to recompute the division or whatever every time, every frame, and all these things. Oh, you know what? When we drop, we had this. We have to set this dirty flag that I forgot. There. Okay. So when we draw the graphs, we're going to have a color somewhere. FG. Okay, that's... We're going to ignore this. Actually, no, you know what? We'll just take it out. Oh, wait, never mind. So that's just going to be a graph color, because we are changing that for sort mode. There's going to be too many sort modes later. We're going to change that later, but let's get more serious about... Whoops, that's a W. Okay, so here, for every proc, we're going to say color is get color for current metric for the proc, which is it. Color. Okay. Get color for current metric. And what is it called? Procedure record. Okay. For now, we hard code. In a bit, we will... Why am I typing this? This is supposed to happen during this stream. Okay, so let's just say current metric is how about the if points? Metric if density. All right, and so we're going to have to write that. And so cold. What's a good blue? Kind of cyany blue. I don't know, 0.8.81, right? And hot is going to be, and we're just going to lerp in RGB, which is going to be gross, but we'll convert to a different color space later. Hot is going to be orange, which is a little bit of yellow with some red. I don't know. Wait, this is yeah, something like that. That's our we'll pick real colors later on with some kind of better thing. Okay. Oh, guys. Here's an interesting question. So we want to sort of pick, okay, rather than picking an arbitrary score of like, what is an acceptable value for this metric? Like you always want to be as low as possible, right? Or high, depending on what the direction of the metric is, right? So our neutral color, for now, we're just going to pick it to be the average of all the procedures. Which means I've got to factor this a little differently because we need to do a pass where we get all the metrics. And then we'll compute the mean. Etc. And then it's an interesting question about like, because we're going to sort by module or by file. Like, do we want to average it by file? That can be like a fiddly thing that we do later. For now, it's just going to be, all right. So this is just going to be, actually, we're just going to, so we're going to say, for now, we'll pass the low value, the high value, and the mean value. Right? Because we don't really want to use the median. Or whichever one is halfway. No, median is not. The mode is just halfway between min and max, right? We want, we're going to do something like this. Low float, mean float, high float. All right. So this is going to be very slow. It's fine. We make it nicer later. So if metric is less than or equal to mean, right? Then we go toward the mid. All right. And actually, let's just have this be a gray tone regardless. Right? There we go. So if metric is less than or equal to mean, t is metric divided by mean. If mean is equal to 0, return mid. All right. T is metric divided by mean, and return lerp cold mid t, right? Otherwise, t is metric minus mean divided by high minus mean, right? And then mid high t. Okay. So we got to go back to the future. What was the other file called? Graphs. All right, so we probably should compute this elsewhere, but we're going to do it here. Oh, sorted metrics. All right, so down here, we're going to go compute metrics, sorted procs. All right, compute metrics. And, oh yeah. Current metric, again, I deleted that line, but it's going to be if density now we're going to allow for zero size procedures, or maybe if a metric was not measurable in some procedure, we're going to allow it to return -1. Okay, so now we need count, valid count is 0 for sorted metrics. If it is -1, continue. Let's just say less than 0. All right. So we're just taking the sum of all the values and dividing by the number that were valid. Okay. Now, I almost goofed because metric low and high are just could have old values in them. So if it's the first time, we just want to say we want to initialize. Very standard pattern. Okay, so this gives us an array of metrics and the low and the high and the mean. And now when we say get color, we're going to pass this as arguments even though they're globals. Because, it's not... All right. Sure, I goofed a bunch. Oh boy. Procedure call did not match any possible overloads. 135. Mid. Oh, hot, not high. Metric if. Oh, I never wrote metric if density. Okay. Metric if density is. Okay. The metrics are below. Metric if density is going to go. -1. Non-measurable. All right. Otherwise, we say return proc.metrics.if points divided by proc.size. Oh, no. It's not called size. It's called expressions. Num expressions. All right. Okay. We've got some different colors. UID is cold, which means it doesn't have a lot. Let's find somebody that pings is hot, right? That's pretty hot. That's hot. Append relative pointer size. I still haven't hooked up the Emacs thing where you click. So we have to go manually. Okay. I don't know why that necessarily pings as hot, because maybe it's a little bit incorrect. Like a switch statement like this is supposed to be, it's not supposed to count for much. But maybe the number of expressions, we should... I should just draw the metric right now. It's pretty weird anyway. Who's someone that's very cold? UID. I mean, maybe this is totally wrong. Windows 4209. Yeah, I mean, there's no if statements in there at all. So it's cold. I mean, there's a lot of crappy math, as we discussed yesterday, but there's no if statements. So I actually... Let's look at isScalar. I don't know. Switch statements seem to be more expensive than could displaying the metric help? Yeah, I mean, it would help debugging for sure. But I don't think I would even draw the metric. The first thing I would do is draw the number of if points. Let's do that. We're just going to do it temporary. Because if points is, the metric is the if points divided by the size, right? So we could see those things. I should, while we're debugging, I should actually search for a codex file. Wait, what? That's now. Why? What? Okay, hold on. Oh, this is an old file. I got punked by Emacs. And in fact, I saved it back out. All right. All right. All right. What happened was, yesterday when I was writing these, the file was in one place, and then I moved it in source control on the laptop, right? And then I updated over here, but the Emacs buffer was in the old place, etc. All right. Is scalar if points 5? Why? Why are there 5? Append relative pointer size if 0.7. Where was that? It's like 1 plus the number of cases for some reason, but it's not supposed to be that way. It's not supposed to be that way. So wait. Oh, I do. Wait, I added an if point for every case. I didn't even finish this because, oh my God. Yeah, I must have gotten up and gotten a drink or something. Like I typed this long comment. I don't know. These are like arbitrary scores. So, dude, I was smoking crack today because this is not what I wanted to do. I don't know how. Okay, so let's finish what we're doing here for a second. So if there's an else block, okay. Now for a switch statement, how should we measure it? Because I feel like switch statements, like honestly, they're less complicated than the equivalent if else, broadly speaking. So if we're going to score that, but also if you have a lot of switch cases in your switch statement, that is more complicated than one with few cases, right? So what if it's like the square root of the number of cases or something? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you guys think? The number of cases probably makes more sense, but not really. Does it? Someone is going to wonder if it's not. No, they're not. Make a single case worth like 0.1. These are integers right now. Square root seems too aggressive. Really? For 10 cases, it's 3 plus 1 for the base of it existing, which is 4. For 20 cases, you know, it's 4 point something, probably rounds down to 4. So it's 5. For 40 cases, it's 6 plus 1 is 7. And maybe square root's too aggressive. The thing is, so there's probably some functions with really big switch statements, right? Like that's just a pattern that happens. Should those count? Like, okay, let's say, for example, input module. Okay. So, okay, well, here we're switching off a Windows message, right? This actually is kind of a complicated function, but it's got a bunch of cases, right? But actually, let's look at this. This should be a bunch of switches, but it's not. But imagine that it was, right? It's very simple because we're mapping this thing on the left to the thing on the right. Really should convert this, by the way. like there's a lot because there's just a lot of keyboard keys, but it's not actually that complicated, right? And we could get fancier about it. We could say, we could look at the complexity of what is inside. I don't know, though. I don't know, though. It doesn't have to be perfect right now because all we're doing is putting together the very basic idea of this program, right? We'll be tweaking this kind of stuff for a long time. So let us say, let's just do square root of the thing, right? Like it's fine. We're going to do 1 plus square root of the thing, and we'll come back to it later. Okay, so if num cases f is square root cast float num cases, points is cast yeah, it's S32. F plus 0.5, right? I don't know. We'll just floor just to be explicit. And metrics dot if points plus equals points. He's eating your points. Chunky is eating your points. Now we have to regenerate the file. We don't have square root. Right? Okay, floor. Maybe I should have just... All right, cool. And then that's just dumped there. We're just going to copy this here. Chunky is still eating our points. No, not Sokoban. Come on, bro. That one. Oh. I'm in the wrong folder. Why don't I just type it if I can't find it? Okay. Boom. All right, so those procedures are not mega hot anymore. What is mega hot? Debug break in runtime support. I mean, it's short. This doesn't even count, or maybe it does. It counts as one. Or no, it's probably, it's probably 1, 2. Asm is 1. So I don't know. It's an if else. I mean, how much more if else do you want to get here, right? So that kind of makes sense. Min. Again, a small procedure, right? Like, so print type to builder, look at that. 125. Oh, it's right here. Yep, there's some if statements in here. There's some if statements in here. So it works. It works. Okay, so next we want to write some other metrics and let ourselves pick those metrics. But I'm going to go get a sody pop. While I'm doing that, does anyone have questions about what's going on? Anyone? Could if points per size be interesting? That's what we are measuring. These colors are the number of if points divided by the size. Literally what we are doing. The height is just the size. Normalized, like whatever is the biggest thing gets the height of the rectangle, right? And that's this guy, 897, and this is about half that, etc. These guys are small. Debug break. All right. This is exciting because we finally get to do this. Okay, next. Why does the viewer have a Hello Sailor catchphrase? Because the game's not done. How many points would X and Y or Z or K get? It would just get points for the if. We don't count the expression right now, which we should eventually. This is all being worked on. All being worked on. Okay. So so we're going to have if density. We're going to have reassignment density. Like a lot of these are going to look just like each other. We'll maybe get this is very pasta, but it's fine. And so now we'll name a few a little bit different. Call locality module. If we don't care about size, we're going to say calls is the number total calls. If calls is equal to 0, return -1, non-measurable. We're going to say same module calls divided by calls, right? And then the same here, but with file instead of module. And then call constancy so we actually want, so we want good to be cold, which is weird because warm colors are pleasant. But anyway, so we're going to go 1 minus these because we want those, it's good when those things are 1, right? Wait. Yes, right. So same module calls are good. Global writes are bad. Reassignments are bad. If points are bad. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Call constancy is going to be this. It's going to be 1 minus um, non-constant calls. Okay. So now we're going to say metric info is going to have a proc that maps to a float. It's going to have a comment that's a string. It's going to have a name that's a string displayed in the UI. These are displayed in the UI. All right. The metrics is metric info dot okay. So we're going to pasta this for how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. The assignment, oops. The assignment density, global reads density, global writes density, locality module, locality file, call constancy. Okay, and then, I mean, really, I could scan for metrics with a meta program, but like, come on, bruh, right? If density I guess I should have pasted it this way. If density I don't know. Let's give it simpler names. This is call locality. Okay. Global reads is Okay. Whoops. Total calls is not a member of procedure record. Because it's in metrics. Okay, so we can't. So the next step is we're going to make a little drop down box. We're going to make a little drop down box like up here. And yes. I don't know. We'll move this. Let's leave the button height. Okay, this is fine. Oh man, because of the names. I could make an overload for what's it called? Name. All right. Okay, array resize. Yes, we must pass a pointer. Awesome theme names. Yes. Current theme is not a thing. Oh, that's the value. I got right because it was a drop down with themes. Now I assume that this current value pointer. Yeah, we store that, and then we draw the drop-down pop-up. I guess we just detect. All right, so why did I get lost? Emacs. All right, so draw pop-ups if current, I didn't rename this, yeah, if current metric index not equal to old metric index, the metric was changed, right? We want to set this dirty flag. All right, and then so old metric index is current metric index. Right? Yeah, okay. Now, where is it? Like, we literally just did this, but is it called compute metrics? Yes. We call this from graphs, or yes. Okay, so current metric is the metrics current metric index dot proc. Okay. Hey, if density. Let's change to a different metric. Assignments. Boom. We need to make this a little wider. That's fine. Call locality. Oh, look at that. Some of these are ice cold. You know what? When we're getting the color, I don't think we're filtering for -1. So these are probably things without any calls. Anyway, print float is really calling a lot to other files. Oh yeah, stb printf, all over the place. What else? Append, that's in a different file. Oh wait, this is module locality. Anyway, so we need to make that wider. There's no question about that. That seems too wide, but we'll do it. All right. Yeah, this is too much. It's too much. I've got so many files going. Let's split the difference on those. Okay, that's good. Call locality module, call locality file, call constancy. Whoa, I think call constancy is backwards. Okay, now let's also check when we're getting the color. If metric is less than 0, return, I don't know, gray. All right. Okay. Call constancy. This one is backwards. For some reason, I think. Let's look at this. Write string unsynchronized. Runtime support 240. No? Oh, you know what? I think it's just broken. I think measuring the metric is broken. Which is maybe fine because, you know what? Not even worried about that yet. Like, well, maybe it would be good to fix it, but if that one's backwards, then yeah, let's just check this. Print float. See, this is the program we're actually compiling is a tiny program, so most of what we're seeing is in the modules, right? We could compile a more non-trivial program. In fact, we could get all meta, trademark Facebook, and we could do the following. So now we're running it on ourself. We generated a file for ourselves. So boom. It's got a lot more things in it. One of the things I want to do as I work on the UI is like have multiple lines and we can spill over. Because it's hard to pick things out when it's this small. We've got get rect in here. We've got, yeah, see, this is too zoomed out for this much code. And this isn't even that big of a program. I think it would be useful to measure nested function calls. Yeah, maybe. I don't do this yet, but my plan is to just put the whole call graph into this file, right? That would be cool. Is this all static analysis? Yeah. This is all static. We will probably have dynamic components of this later. See, we're probably, instead of just drawing if points all the time, we probably want to draw, like, what is the thing? Like calls, etc. Could represent metrics as vertical segments of these bars. I don't know what that means. Anyway, this is cool. It'll get better. The other thing we could do, so this is like a linear size, right? We could do log size as well. Have that be a choice. Okay. Call constancy is a bit of a pickle. It feels backwards to me. Let's just see if there's something obviously wrong. Call constancy. Oh, yeah, no, it shouldn't be 1 minus. Because non-constant calls are bad. Same file calls are good. So we want, yeah, okay. Easy clap. Oh, this doesn't do Alt F4 yet. Let's do that. How would you do log size? What is the math? Dash plug is pretty neat. Yes, it is pretty neat. And it has been part of the master plan to do that the whole time. It's just, you know, there was so much else to do that I didn't do it till recently. And, you know, I wanted to get a lot of experience using the language behind my belt so that I could make sure that I did the good version of it. What about a variable filter to remove the lowest scoring functions? Yeah, we could have stuff like that. For sure. For sure. I just, you know, it's kind of hard to see things. We could have 3 settings. We could have linear, constant, and let's or linear, log, and constant. I'm getting hungry again from the sun chips. So, yum yum. You take a log of each value and then renormalize. I see. Whoops. Drop down R, and what did I call it? Size names. Current size choice drop down theme. All right. Where's Okay. Dude, I don't know where all the things are. Height, size. I called it size names, and I'm calling it height here. We're going to have to sort this out anyway. All right. I don't know if we call it log2 or log or whatever. Okay. Max, highest, heights. Okay. And I want to factor that out anyway, because we're going to do it again, because we're not storing it here. I guess we maybe should store it here. I don't know. Log 1 plus x divided by log 1 plus max x. Sun chips are really good. I just want to point that out. Okay, I'm just going to make an array of heights. So I don't have to compute, because who knows if we're going to do something even more complicated and whatever, we'll just store it. So we don't have to recompute it. Okay. So now down here, okay. Current height index. Bro, I need to resort where my globals are stored. They're like everywhere. Current size. Okay, height. Current size index. Bro. That's what I do this sometimes. Like I change what I like the name to be. Current size index. Right. Boom. Linear. Log. Constant. Look at that. Look at that, bro. Linear. Log. We'll put better labels. Like, we'll say what this is later to help people out, but you know. 60% of the time, it works the first time every time. I feel like log is like the right default, don't you? These are all... Are these all size 2? Yeah. Add a sort by color. Yeah, so I think we're going to do sorting next. So, and it's going to be a little more complicated because there's sort of, you kind of want at least a primary key and a secondary key, right? So you want like, you want to be able to sort by, so here we go, we have some hard coded, like it's like by file, by size, right? And so at each file you see a new spike. This is actually uglier in log, but if we render it nicer, it'll be less ugly, like anti-alias it and stuff. Anyway, what am I trying to say? Look at all these polymorphs of array reserve. Oh my God. Remember allocators. Holy cow. Yeah, polymorphs are not a joke. Anyway. Oh yeah, primary, secondary sort. So here, for example, it's by file first, like alphabetically by file name. Right? Still all modules. Also, we should have a checkbox for include modules. Let's do that one first. because that's easy. We're going to make a checkbox for, are you including the modules, or are we just talking about your main program? Okay. This is cool, guys. We're starting to have a program visualizer. It is very, very primitive right now. But here we go. The groundwork, the metaprogramming made this possible. The plugin stuff we did recently made this possible. GetRect made this possible. Simp made this possible. All of this stuff is, you know, it adds up. Okay. So yeah, let's do a checkbox. Why am I calling base checkbox? I don't know. Maybe that's just what it ended up being called. All right. So checkbox for checkbox for whether we include modules. Okay, so text if x it should include modules, then modules included, else main program only. Okay. I don't remember. Let's just see where it puts the text and stuff. All right. So we need to define should include modules, which we're going to put back here. I guess. Dude, Emacs, when you have things the same name, it's annoying. Stuff that gets set by UI widgets. True. Dirty. Whoops. Okay. My mouse got sped up. All right. Boom. Oh boy, my checkbox is on top. But it is drawing. It's a very ugly color and all this stuff. But, oh, because we're putting R instead of S. Yeah, we're going to want to change that. Okay, so now we're not looking at this. So now, sorted procs. This is going to be in here. Okay, here's what we do. Oops. So file index. I don't know. So we get the module, and then we say if help. It's not called help. What's it called? Codex help. I literally put codex help right there, and I still didn't know. All right. Boom. Modules included. Modules not included, much smaller. Is this really all the procedures we have so far? Wow. Yeah, we should default this to log. So this is in draw metrics. This is the build file. Draw metrics, graphs, main. Okay. I dig it. Modules included said crap load more of code. Okay. So it might be bedtime for me soon, but I drank a lot of caffeine, so we'll go a little more. So for now, we can hard code 2 sort keys. And either of them could be none. I don't know. I feel like the primary key and the secondary key are kind of different. Like you don't want to ever sort by metric and then by file. That's kind of crap. So I feel like primary key is just for now. We'll see how it is in practical usage. But primary key will be module file or none, right? And secondary key will be size or metric or name. Change the if points text to be relevant to the choice of stat. Yeah, I would rather do the sort key thing first. I don't know. That's just what I'm motivated to. The if points thing is fine too. We'll do that. But yes, okay. Okay. Primary key none module name. We'll go size, name, and metric. So now we're going to make 2 new drop downs for this. And yes. Okay, so okay, so we're going to go just put this on the left. Primary key names. Secondary key names. Not worth it. All right. Really, I should make the drop downs take an arbitrary type, but for now they're all S32. Okay. There we go. None size. Oh, whoopsie. Cause yeah, I think I want this over here. Anyway. Size, name. Now we're not paying attention to these yet, so nothing's changing, right? But and I think we want to start by module, but we'll put none. Yeah, by module, by size is good defaults. Okay. I don't know why I'm bothering to test that one line change, but there we go. Module size. Okay. Next, let's comment out the hello sailor. Okay. Dude, I hate typoing in Emacs during a replace. Whoops. Bruh. Okay, so we're still not using these. Okay, well, see, we kind of want, all right. So we're going to go quick sort, sorted procs, compare by primary and secondary. All right. So we're basically going to set these. Right, all right. So if, what was it called? Primary Bro, why am I not remembering? It's like things are in random places until I get it figured out. All right. Okay. It's primary proc. Compare by file. All right. And then SK in the coffee. I know you all know what video game that's from. What are my secondary keys? Their size, name, and metric. We're not going to, fudge. Compare by metric is hard. We're going to punt on it for a second. I mean, it's not hard. We just don't have the information that we need. Okay. So, compare by name, we got that. Compare by size, we got that. Compare by file. Okay, we'll do compare by metric. That's just going to be literally 0 for a minute. Compare by file is not going to have by size anymore. Okay, and then compare by modules. So file record. Thought I had some kind of get module. I don't know. Get file record. That's what we're already using. All right. Let's just go. File b.module index. Name A. Okay. So now we don't have, though, we're queue sorting by a thing that doesn't exist yet. That is compare by primary and secondary. If primary proc value is primary proc AB, if value return value. That's delivering value to the people. Okay. Sure, I messed something up there. Sort method. Oh, I didn't delete sort method. Because yeah, I forgot that part. Where we draw the string. Yeah, okay, so our background color is not there anymore. Okay, but by module, that appears to be working because we're sorting by, you know, this is the main program. All right, and then modules basic starts with B, modules clipboard, compiler. We're going through the alphabet, D, F, G. Cool. So if we go to none, now it's just everything sorted by size. Everything sorted by name of the procedure. These are all unnamed procedures. Or by metric, well, that's random because we don't do by metric yet. So by file by size, right? That's what we had before with our file by size option. And here's by module by size. Okay, let's get that background back for now. Just so we have something. We'll do something cooler with it later, but yeah. Okay, that's better. Oh, I never set the default to log. Gonna have to rename that size types. All right, so now we're gonna default to log. There we go. There we go. It is pretty weird. Like, look at the curve. It's kind of consistent. That it's like it's a sharp up here, but like a sharp down here, like pretty much all the time. That's kind of interesting. Maybe I'm hallucinating that though. When the text says main program only, it's not checked. I know. It's telling you the status of it. Like, this is a certain style of thing. I don't know what kind of widget would be better. Maybe it's just a button. I mean, I could just leave it modules included. That's fine. I don't know. I like the convention of saying what's actually happening, but I see how that's confusing here. Okay. So we got to make sort by metric work, and then it's Miller time. Right? Right. It's Miller time pretty soon. Okay, so the problem is what we are passing in to the sort routine is procedure index, and this is okay. We have two problems. One is we need, we have our metrics stored in a parallel array, but that parallel array is in frickin' sorted order, guys. So we have to do, if we want to sort by metric, we have to have an unsorted order. And metrics are stored parallel to the unsorted order. And then we need or maybe they're just not. Okay. We're just going to do an info struct, I guess. So we're going to compute metrics on okay. This is going to be a bunch of changes. Wish I'd checked in. Actually, you know what? Let's maybe do that. Right? Do we still compile? Let's take the W for a minute. Just so I don't have to worry and I know we can roll back. Oops. Okay. Row. Oh, yeah. We'll leave the if points up for now. All right. Now, this is all good. This is all good. So the thing we need to do now is Okay, we're going to go proc info is a struct, procedure record, metric is a float, and maybe we don't need anything else. Okay, so unsorted procs and then sorted procs. Oh, you know what? No, this is fine. This is fine. It's not as big of a deal. Okay, hold on. This is proc info, right? And this is the thing. All these... Hope this is right. Okay. Compare by module. Whoops, this was by size by name. Lol. Good thing we caught that. Compare by metric is still going to return 0 till this recompiles again. There we go. So now compute metrics is going to be all whack. And okay. And then we're going to go info array add procs info.record is it info, well, and then the metric is empty. And then when we go compute metrics, proc info, okay, current metric, info.record, and then info.metric is metric. That's fine. Okay. Well, I know I've forgotten some more things. Let's just see what they are. Unsorted procs. Whoops. Got an extra coal in there. Oh yeah, that's what I was waiting for. That wasn't so bad. Was it? Okay. So we can supposedly sort by metric, except of course it still doesn't work because we're still returning 0. So easy clap. Okay. Now we have nice artistic gradients. I think it's Miller time. I think this is good. Reversing the colors would be more intuitive. I don't know. Why would it be more intuitive? I don't know. Hard to think about these things sometimes. But this has been good progress. And we will continue making the good progress. Hotter is more important. I mean, I'm sort of thinking it is hot is bad and cold is good. Which is maybe not that intuitive, but it kind of makes sense if you think about optimization. But I don't know. Like, that is so easily tweakable that I'm not going to worry about it. I am going to worry about bedtime. Yeah, so we're going to want to draw, in general, more stats about the procedures. We're going to have, so this is going to be like one page of the thing, right? And instead of cramming this all into one line, especially for bigger programs, we'll break it out longer. And then we'll have a page that's like stats for the program as a whole, and then we'll build this out a little bit more. But this is real good. Hot on left, blue in the middle, gray on right. Oh. So you kind of want things to go right. It's like you're playing a platformer and you want things to go right. Okay, thank you everybody for coming by. This was a good 4 hours. We got good things done. And I've had a good time. It's been a long road getting here, but we're getting here. This is already better than old bananas in terms of practical use, because it actually tells you information now. Old bananas was more like, we're just showing you that the metaprogram system can give you information about the program. But now it's like, oh, this is actual information. What is a clean way to have either a global variable or a constant set to a specific value, but override that from the compiler command line to be something else? Here's what I would do, the following. So override from the compiler command line to be something else. So it's a little bit of a tricky spot here, right? Because of the way the language works, you can't ask if something is defined. That's been a thing that we've discussed before, and there's probably some ways to do it in a relatively well-defined way, but right now, I'm just trying to think. There are like some ways we could do it that are really gross. I'm trying to think of a simple one. Like I can think of some gross things to do. Okay, so one thing that you could do is, and this is really stupid, all right? But one way of defining things, so because you can't ask if something is defined, you sort of need to use something that you know is defined and then have the result of that change somehow. And one kind of gross way to do that is just with function overloading, right? Like say you have some function and it's like a dummy function that takes a U64 argument that's just a dummy just for placeholder, and it returns the value, right? And then if you add in at compile time a function that's a tighter overload, then that lets you set this new value, right? But that's kind of gross. I will think if there's a better way to do it. But in general, I do think this is an important thing to do cleanly. One thing we might do is just, we have module parameters on modules, which is one way that we do this that's very clean for importing modules. And maybe we just put module parameters on your main program. Because then, like, the thing that's extra good about that is then the person reading the source code, like, just knows that's what that is, right? Yeah. And for that function overload version, the overload could be a macro instead of an actual function. But there's got to be some better way to do it already without that. Yeah, I mean, one thing you definitely could do, if you want very convenient command line options, even if you don't have a meta program for your program, you can do a little run directive, like is just being suggested in chat here, where you add a build string. I was sort of assuming that you wanted to specify the variable completely from the command line. Actually, no, yeah, that's the cleanest thing to do. So you have a run directive, you say compiler get top level command line or whatever it is. You look for the argument that you're looking for, and then you do what you're going to do based on that. So that's a very general, very powerful way to do it. So I don't know why I was saying the procedure overload thing. That's dumb. That's dumb. Yeah, you can just add build string with the thing. The thing is, you have to add a value for that no matter what right now, and so you have to look at the options and then either add the modified value or the original value. But yeah, so sorry, I must have been tired because I don't know why I didn't just say that. Okay, thank you everybody. See you later on.